Hello, mic testing. One, two, three. Hello, hello. Hello, mic testing. One, two, three. Hello, hello. Check. Hello.
PPRT, పోస్ట్ ఆఫీస్.
మనకి పెద్దదిగా రావాలంటే ఏం చేస్తుంది?
వెళ్ళింది రావాలి కదా మనకి.
కాదు.
పెద్దది రెండు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ కూడా PPRT మనకి ఇంకొంచెం చిన్న చిన్న వాతావరణం. PPRT అంటే
సౌండ్ హలో
హలో హలో
టెస్టింగ్
చాలా చాలా వస్తుంది సౌండ్.
రిపీట్ వస్తుంది కదా.
దాన్ని ఏం చేస్తున్నారా?
హెడ్ ఫోన్
హలో
హలో రెండు మార్కు వస్తుంది. అడగ హలో
कहाँ गए सर, ज्वाइन हो गया? अरे मीना साहब कहाँ चले गए हैं? ये सब 6 बटालियन, फिर कौन सा बीपीआरडी? ज्वाइन हो।
सर गुड मॉर्निंग, 6 बटालियन।
चिल्लाने लगा गुड मॉर्निंग गुड आफ्टरनून।
सर हमारा रिस्पॉन्ड आ रहा है। हेलो सर, 6 बटालियन से बोल रहा हूँ। कोई रिसाउंड आ रहा है क्या सर हमारा? हेलो
అటెండెన్స్ మాట్లాడండి.
हेलो सर गुड मॉर्निंग, हमारा कोई रिसाउंड आ रहा है क्या?
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, ओके क्लियर है सर, कोई साउंड नहीं है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
6 बटालियन से कौन ज्वाइन किया है सर?
దానికి మనం ఫోన్ చేసి ఇచ్చండి.
సార్ అది మన అంచు దూరం మాట్లాడుతున్నాం.
மீட்டிங் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இருக்கானு செட்டிங் சும்மா இல்லை எதுவுமே ஃபோன் பண்ணல ஓ அப்படி
இன்னைக்கு போய் அவனு 10 மணிக்கெல்லாம் நான் போய் உட்காரணும் அப்படின்ட்டு வந்துட்டு இருந்தோம் எரிப்பிச்சு முடியாது கேவலமான தெரியுமா
நம்ம வேற சொல்லிட்டோம் வரல அப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம்.
அது வந்து பிளஸ் மைனஸ் அதை பத்தியே பேசாது போறான் அன்னைக்கு ஆனா ஒரு விஷயம் நம்ம 2 மணி நேரம் பேசணும் 10 மணிக்கு வந்ததை ஒரு சாதனையே நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கு எஸ் எடுத்துட்டு 4 லெமன் வாங்கி விட்டேன்டா அவன்
பரவாயில்ல
மதியம் ஒன்று ஜூஸ் போடலாம் பெருசு எடுத்து
இதுதான்.
என்ன இதுடா
கம் அது
Lord Commando Force. Okay. ചെയ്തിട്ടോ അയ്യോ ടീം വീട്ടല്ലോ
जैन सर 12 bn का आवाज और वीडियो क्लियर आ रहा सर?
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। सर गाजियाबाद से ऑडियो वीडियो कैसा है हमारा?
आवाज क्लियर आ रहा सर। 12 bn का कैसे आ रहा सर आवाज?
आपका भी सर क्लियर है?
क्लियर आ रहा सर?
जी।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
बटालियन छ अथ मज यह ना नमो थोमुत तैयार इथे पे क्या देवेंद्र कुमार आसो तो ये पे ब्याक मिनट ये कोसा मैडम ती यम साइड काबिल खोल बनो अहन ये सार ये कर चूरा चूरा कर आज कश गो जो बोल के बोले कि फोटो रोजन तो इम क्या छ वना तमे माल क्वेश्चन का क्यों था अगला था तुम लोग अब दोनों से कॉमेंट
చేసావా? హలో టెస్టింగ్. హలో సార్, 6th Battalion. టెస్టింగ్ ప్లీజ్. हेलो 6th Battalion, टेस्टिंग प्लीज. जी हमारा आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है किसी को?
Yes, I can.
सर आवाज आ रहा है सर।
ये सर आवाज ओके है सर?
आशिक रूलर
Thank you, sir.
मगर ये
ठाणे ग्रामीण कसं ऐकताय?
सर गेटिंग +5 तुम्ही कसं ऐकताय?
थोडा ऑडिओ कमी वाटतोय.
ऑडिओ कमी वाटतोय का?
हो हो.
ओके ओके ठीक आहे.
ओके.
VC से डायरेक्टली
सर 2 बटालियन इंस्पेक्टर खेमचंद मीना सर, सुनाई दे रहा है किसी को सर? मेरी वॉइस आ रही है?
हाँ आवाज आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है.
ओके ओके सर,
गुड मॉर्निंग.
वीडियो कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा सर.
सोमवार से है BSF
बोलना।
శ్యామల అందరూ పెడతానని చెప్పి
शायद सब आगे सब करेक्ट है आगे सब 6 इंडिया रहा टेस्ट वो चला गया चलो ये जरा कर्सर रख दो तो ये कोई नहीं हो जाए
क्या जी म्यूट करना
हेलो हेलो अभी वो आए नहीं होंगे मेरे ख्याल से
हेलो।
हेलो
जी सर बताइए, बोलिए।
हाँ सर एसीपी महेश त्यागी बोल रहा हूँ सर नोएडा से।
जी सर बताइए।
सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ सर, दोनों चीजें
हाँ
सही
सर
आ रही है।
मैं सर नोएडा गौतम बुद्ध नगर से बोल रहा हूँ सर।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है।
ठीक है सर, मैं ज्वाइन हो गया ना सर?
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
ठीक है सर ठीक है सर। अच्छा ठीक है।
सब लोग कृपया अपना माइक ऑफ रखें।
जॉईन झाले यार.
चंद्रपूर टू सांगली.
Hello, testing mic check. Hello.
चंद्रपूर टू सांगली.
बोलो. आ रही है ना मतलब आपको आवाज? ठीक है.
महेश भैया नमस्ते. महेश त्यागी.
भैया और कहाँ पे हो आजकल भाई?
मैनपुरी.
हाँ मैनपुरी बता रहा था मैं अपने ने.
जी जी. अपना नीचे कर लो थोड़ा सा लैपटॉप मोबाइल.
अरे मोबाइल है भैया मेरा.
अच्छा ठीक है आप सही है.
हाँ मैं दरअसल इला रहा हूँ तो में ही हूँ मैं.
ठीक है भैया.
इतनी देर की मीटिंग है ये?
ठीक है 12 बजे शुरू होगी.
अच्छा
हम्म.
ठीक है भाई.
ठीक भैया नमस्ते.
चंद्रपूर टू ठाणे रूरल. चंद्रपूर टू ठाणे ग्रामीण. माईक सुरू करा मॅडम, माईक. आवाज नाही येते तुमचा.
सर आता येतोय आवाज?
हो हो, आता क्लिअर आहे. ऑडिओ व्हिडिओ क्लिअर आहे का मॅडम आमचा?
हो हो, क्लिअर आहे सर, क्लिअर आहे.
ठीक आहे, थँक्यू मॅम.
हो. हॅलो. हा सर, मी वरतीच आहे पीसी रूम मध्येच आहे मी.
मोबाईल ఎప్పుడు వస్తుంది టైం వచ్చింది ఫాలో రేపు అది వస్తుంది వచ్చింది Video setting.
ऑक्सीजन अंदर आ
Medicinal water.
చాలా అలో చేస్తలేదు షో ఓన్లీ
Venkana, your mic is on. Kindly mute your mic.
नमस्कार, आवाज कसा येतोय आमचा ऑडिओ व्हिडिओ?
फोटो कॉल कर, ऑडिओ व्हिडिओ क्लिअर आहे तुमचा.
बेसिकली इधर होना चाहिए था, वो क्या बोलते हैं, रंगा भी पानी है मेरे, मुझे है उसमें. और है करो मोबाइल पे,
अभी अपनी जगह कर लो.
हाँ अपने मोबाइल चला के
आपको भी उसमें
सगळं सब रिपोर्ट करें.
कहियो हर क्वेश्चन यूनिस क्या कर रहे हो? सहजों कर दो, सहजों जानो जी
ठीक हुआ.
ठीक छी. Hadi. Ha. Skål Michael väl.
हेलो.
ऐसा
चेक करो अकाउंट वालों को, एक मिनट बोलो, नेट बंद करो फिर लगाओ. ना ये आप अल्लाह कर सकते हो. वो बोला एक मिनट नेट बंद करो फिर लगाओ, उसको पावर सप्लाई 1 मिनट के लिए बंद करो.
మైపాస్ స్పోర్ట్స్ ఎందుకు తిరుపతి న్యూ శాంక్షన్ చేసుకోవాలి శాంక్షన్ జిల్లాలు ఆయన వ్యాక్సిన్ అంటే పేషెంట్ ఆయన పేషెంట్ నేను వచ్చింది కొత్త వచ్చిన ఎవరు తీసుకున్న పేషెంట్ అయితే మంచిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు తీసుకోవాలి ఇక్కడ పండు మారే మనం తీసుకొని పెట్టిన కదా పైకి చూసారా పొజిషన్ లేదు ఒకే ఇల్లు కాదు కదా ఇది ఎంతకాలం ఎందుకు పెట్టుకుంటారు ఇష్టం ఏదైనా నువ్వే కదా కదా చూసుకొని వచ్చింది నాకేసి స్టార్ట్ వీడియో అంటే స్టార్ట్ వీడియో Continue interpretation 1 on the university. ఇందాక వచ్చింది
लिखा गुलाम मोहम्मद जुगू मोहम्मद भाई सिपिंगी
కింద show participant video control plus 6 plus alt plus x7
क्यों नहीं
audio and video photo connect to the video system
इनका सी भी आ रहा है सर
आपने किया सर ज्वाइन? मेरा भी हो गया सर, इसका नजर मारना सर। आपको आ रहा है किसी का लिंक? ये मेरा है ना सर, ये जो फोटो शूट आ रहा है सर। ठीक है, जाने दे।
आ रहा है आपका?
बैठे आ रहे हैं पेट्रोलिंग वाले। ఫస్ట్ బెంచ్ లేదు కొట్టు ఏదో ఒకటి కొడతా అంటే వస్తా ఉంటుంది ఏమీ తెలియదు
कर जाएगा
चलाएंगे मीटिंग रमना चल रहा है। मीटिंग जाओ
अजय भी है ना मीटिंग वाले, इनको ऑनलाइन है।
ये सारे दफ्तर वाले?
नहीं 5-6 आदमी करा
नहीं दफ्तर के बाहर इनके साथ होगा।
हेलो हेलो, मुझे कोई सुन रहा है? बस टेस्टिंग कॉल रही है। SDRF नागपुर महाराष्ट्र।
फाइल क्या भाई?
चंद्रपूर रिप्लाय सर. हा चंद्रपूर लावलाय का म्हणजे नेट वगैरे चालू झाला का त्याच्यावर. आवाज वगैरे क्लिअर आहे तुमचा. अरे आपण पाहायचं ना मॅडम असं कसं ते तो शिपाई आहे तुम्ही इलेक्ट्रिशियन. नाही ना तो सांगायचा मग फायदा काय तुम्हाला यायला पाहिजे तो तुम्ही त्याला विचारणार त्याला सांगायला पाहिजे. तसं चांगलं वाटतंय का ते वायरलेस वाला त्याला विचारा ना. कोण आहे तिथं. हो का मग राहू दे बघून जा तुम्ही इकडं जाऊ दे. ते द्यायला तयार नाही तर मग काय करायचं. आपलं आहे ना काय सांग त्याला काय
आवाज हेलो सावयव
सर वानखेडे साहेब बसले तर
ऑफिस पूर्ण सब इंस्पेक्टर विजय लेक्चर ऑफिस देऊन ना
सभी पार्टिसिपेंट ध्यान दें एक बार आपकी आवाज आ रही है कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं
शाबाश होता है तो कुछ होता क्या उधर?
हटो, नहीं हुआ अभी ठीक। गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल द कनेक्टिंग स्टेशंस। प्लीज म्यूट योरसेल्फ, म्यूट योरसेल्फ। एक बार देखना कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ गए। म्यूट कर दो अपने को, यहाँ से म्यूट कर दो।
అదే ఒకసారి అయితే తెలుస్తుంది అనుకున్నా మనసులో మార్గం ఉంటుంది వచ్చిందో వీడియో వస్తుందా ఆడియో
పేరు కనబడుతుంది మళ్ళీ
అంటే పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ అట్లా పోతుందా ఏంటి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది కదా నాకు మీకుందా మందుందా ఓపెన్ ఉందా మీకంటే బంద్ అన్నాడు
वो सर भर्ती हुई थी ना सर हम भर्ती हो गए।
सलाम अलैकुम जान। ठीक है
आवा आवा
पीपीटी मेल में देखा था आपने? तो बात करता हूँ। आप 12 बजे में 5 मिनट पहले ना मैम के चैम्बर पहुंच जाना, मैम को लेके जाना यहाँ पे। नहीं नहीं अपने ऑफिस में। WhatsApp तो उठाई नहीं रहे। अपना ईमेल यहाँ खुल जाएगा, एक बार ईमेल लॉगिन करके देख लो उस पर, इसमें जो ये है ना। क्या
ईमेल के लिए कवर करना पड़ेगा ना।
नहीं, कवच तो
बिट्टू की ईमेल में डाला ना, खाली मीटिंग को
ऑडियो स्विच ऑडियो, हाँ उसी पर।
गड़बड़ करा दी, उस एक नहीं होगा। आ रही हो कनेक्ट वीडियो सिस्टम भी फर्स्ट ओके कनेक्ट चला गया।
देखो कैमरा नहीं आ रहा है। हाँ ये बंद कर। इस पे कर लेंगे। फिर कैसे करते हैं? फिर करो। नहीं हो रहा। ऑफ करके ऑन करेंगे। क्या लाउड है सर? लगे शूटिंग है। वाईफाई नहीं चले, वाईफाई चलेगा भी नहीं। इसमें ऑन करके ऑफ करें क्या करें? चलो करो।
हेलो आ रही है कहाँ से आ रहा है? Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you, sir. Can we start, sir?
I'm ready.
Sir, sure. Thank you.
Where's it back there? Good morning to all. Respected Sri Sanjay Agrawal sir, Additional DG Railway, Rajasthan. Madam Ruchika Rishi, Deputy Director, National Police Mission, BPRND, and all the participants from the states and union territories. I, on behalf of Director NPM, I welcome Sri Sanjay Agrawal, the participants who are connected to this webinar on disaster response in community through community involvement. I request all the participants to kindly keep your microphone on mute so that there is no interference during the presentation, during the webinar. I'll briefly mention about the activities or the program for today. Initial introduction to the webinar will be given by Madam Ruchika Rishi, and after that there will be presentation for 40 minutes on the topic by Sri Sanjay Agrawal sir, who has been the group leader for this for preparing this project. Then it will be followed by a question answer session for 10 minutes, and then finally vote of thanks. With these few words, I request Madam Ruchika Rishi to introduce the webinar. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kaushalji. Good morning to everybody who is connected today for this webinar. As Kaushalji has already introduced, I am Ruchika Rishi. I am an IPS officer, 2004 batch, Sikkim cadre. I have very recently joined BPRND, and right now I am DIG at the National Police Mission. Today I am privileged to be able, on behalf of BPRND, to welcome everyone who is present online for this webinar. I would also like to convey the regrets of IG NPM, Shri Tejendra Singh Luthra sir, as he was called away for another commitment and was unfortunately not able to be present right now. There are a number of participants who are connected with us from all over the country, and I would like to say thanks to each and every one of them who has taken time out to be with us today. Most importantly, of course, is our presenter of the day, that is Sanjay Agrawal sir. Sir, I would like to introduce you briefly to all the participants. Sanjay Agrawal sir is a 1992 batch IPS officer from Rajasthan cadre. He is at present ADGP Railways in Rajasthan, and over a very long career, sir has looked at a number of roles in which he has performed to excellent standards, whether it is crime prevention, for which he is still remembered as for his pioneering approaches to crime prevention as Commissioner of Police in Jaipur. He is known for his work as IGP in the Chief Minister's Vigilance and Security Wing, Rajasthan, and he is very famous for his work he has done as ADG SDRF in Rajasthan. Sir is also a highly respected member of the National Police Mission's Micro Mission number 2, under which we have this project of community involvement in disaster management, on which topic we are going to be having the webinar today. Sir has contributed significantly as the leader of the group that studied and completed the project on this topic. I will very briefly mention what the project was about. this project of community involvement in disaster management took a step beyond the normal role that is played in disaster management of seeing just the police and other forces as the first responders. It shifted the focus to the community as well. The project itself had two main aims, which broadly were that firstly, there should be a culture of prevention, preparedness, and resilience in communities at all levels. And secondly, the first responders from the community should be facilitated in such a way that they become self-reliant for disaster management. To follow out these aims, three broad deliverables were followed. One was that there should be implementation of various guidelines of the central and state governments under the Sendai Protocol. Another was that basic training to the community's volunteers should be provided. And thirdly, that there should be participation in the policing, performing search and rescue, and responding to a disaster situation. Now, I think I have said enough about this, and I would request Sir to take forward the webinar on which he is going to be sharing his knowledge and expertise with all of us. Just an additional point for all participants, the project itself was completed in 2021, and indeed we are privileged that it is the main person who has spearheaded this project who is present here today to guide us through what the findings of this project were. Sir, please take over the webinar.
Thank you, Ruchika. I hope I am audible. Ruchika, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, Ruchika, for a very, what should I say, a kind introduction. And this project, I am very thankful to BPRND, the DG Balaji, and Luthra ji, and of course Ruchika, and all the other Kaushal ji, and of course all the other participants who were there in our group. Dr. Philip from Tamil Nadu, Dr. Devarajan, Mr. Kapil Garg, and so many other stalwarts, who have now retired, but they were always guiding us for this project. And if you allow me, then can I share a, what should I say, presentation?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You share, can I get this? I'll take some time. I'm not so technologically savvy, I would say. Can I correct? Share. Let's stop.
Sir, on the bottom there is a share button.
हाँ वही कर रहा
Click and load the file, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is the PPT visible now? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Layout change.
this project, I'll be speaking in English if that is not an issue, because I'm suppose there are participants from all over the country. The project emphasizes on community involvement and grassroots level participation of the local residents in disaster mitigation, response and reduction. It focuses on the existing local knowledge capacities and experience of the local population in disaster management and mitigation. The project report lays stress on the already available administrative structure for DM, that is disaster management, and advocates the bottoms-up approach involving the communities, which are the first responders in case of any emergency. The project is an effort to give shape, structure, and strength to the participation of the community in disaster management so that the response is more focused and robust. As has been mentioned earlier by Ruchika, this is under the Micro Mission 2 on community policing. The draft report was submitted towards the end of 2020. It was circulated for comments to all the states, NDMA, NTRF, and all other state disaster management authorities.
They gave us, some of the states came up with very incisive and very relevant suggestions, which were all included in the report, and the final report was submitted in 2022. I have once again thanked BPRND for guiding us and bringing this project to a logical conclusion. The agenda for today will be, why are we talking about disaster management? What is the urgency and why should it be placed on priority? Then we will go on to discuss different kinds of disasters, disaster management, the international scenario, the national state scenario, the institutional infrastructure which is available in the districts, in the state, and the country as a whole, the mission and objective of this project, the vision that we had while the BPRND had given to us to incorporate in this project, the implementation strategy, the capacity building process that is required, and the future roadmap. At the very beginning, I would like to say that I would just be mentioning the broad concepts and will not go too much into the nitty-gritty. I'm sure BPRND will circulate the project report, which is available, and those interested may go over it, because all the details and templates and graphs and all the annexures are given in that. One more thing I would like to say at this point of time is that you cannot have one kind of solution for such a diverse country and such large population. You can't have one solution. So this is broadly a template. It is broadly some concepts that we have brought in, and each state has its own culture of policing and administrative culture. The communities are also different. They have their own coping mechanisms with crises and disasters. So there will be a lot of changes that can be introduced. There's a lot of leeway for that in this project, so that the states can adapt the project according to their requirements. Conceptually, involvement of the community is something for which everybody should remain on the same page. So as I was saying, that why are we going for disaster management? This World Risk Report 2022, every year, this is by a very reputed Institute of International Law and Peace and Armed Conflict by University in Germany, and the Network of Humanitarian Action, which has, of course, what should I say? It assesses the risk, disaster risk in different countries based on their vulnerabilities, based on their coping mechanisms, based on the institutional infrastructure and community support that they have. And India is placed second as one of the most disaster-prone countries out of 193. So this is where we stand this time. If you look at it, it is not that disaster management is not relevant. We are vulnerable to the extent that in the whole world, our rank is second from the point of view of the World Risk Index data. If you go further, you see that I could not, of course, include all the countries, but Philippines is just before us, and then there are so many other countries. China comes 8th, Bangladesh 9th. So we are very vulnerable to disasters, and disasters have taken place. Now, this is just an assessment. This is an assessment in the sense that an assessment has been made by creating an index, and we come second in that. But if you look at the actual figures also, the actual figures are, if you look at the United Nations Disaster Risk Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, they had come up with a very good paper, an overview of the last 20 years. This was published in 2020. If you look at 20 years, then in terms of affected countries globally, China had 577 events. The United States of America had 467 events. Events meaning some crisis, some disaster in which lives were lost, in which damage to property had taken place, followed by India. So if there is a World Risk Index, which kind of tells us that we are almost the second most vulnerable country in the world, and we have a history where each and every event is recorded, and if we look at it the last 20 years, we are placed third in it. Also, one interesting fact was that if you look at the period from 1980 to 2000, then the number of disaster events in the world has almost doubled in the next 20 years because of rapid urbanization, development, so many other risk factors, man-made disasters have come into the picture. So it is a very high priority, especially for the police forces, because and the community, because they are in any way, whichever level of development we may reach, whatever level of education we may reach, whatever level of resources we may have, the first responders is the local police and the community. The community, unfortunately, are the sufferers also, and they are the first responders. So what I will just quickly go through some slides, but we have to give the context. It's a disaster. If you look at it, is a major catastrophe occurring in a area. It's like an area kind of event. It could be because of natural or man-made causes. It does result in substantial loss of life, substantial destruction of property, and the degradation of environment. And it is of a magnitude or scale which is beyond the immediate coping capacity of the community. It is not like a small accident. It is something that there is a shock and awe, and the local community takes some time to come to terms with it, and they do not have the resources to counter it. So if we have talked about the disaster risk index in India, if you look at it, 58.6% land mass is prone to earthquakes. We are prone to floods. We have about 6,000 kilometers of coastline which is prone to cyclones and tsunami. We've got about 68% of cultivable area, drought, landslide, floods. So, and of course, highly vulnerable to man-made disasters. If you look at the power plants, nuclear power plants, atomic power plants, so many installations we have, industries we have, toxic chemicals are being transported. We have so many bridges, so many transportation systems, and with the metros coming into it, the high-speed trains coming into it, so many bridges being made, so dams being constructed. So we have a lot of unfortunately scope for man-made disasters also. Disasters can, of course, I'll not go into it much, but they are man-made or they are natural, and of course we have discussed that. I'll not spend too much time out here. Now I just want to show you what kind of disasters have taken place in the last 15-20 years. Of course, the Bhopal gas tragedy that took place in 1984, I think most of us are aware of it. We have the Latur earthquake in 1993. We have the Bhuj earthquake in 2001. We have the tsunami in the Indian Ocean in 2004. We have the Alia cyclone in 2009. The Uttarakhand floods in 2013. The Uttarakhand disaster that took place in 2013 again. The Kerala floods, the oil spill, the floods in Assam in 2020, very recent. The cyclone Nivar in South India. There is now this new thing of locust attacks which have taken predominantly in Rajasthan, and where a lot of crops were destroyed, and it resulted in a lot of substantial loss to property and to mostly and particularly to the farming community. Of course, and COVID-19 is something which I suppose we will remember always, in which I think the whole system came to a stop, and there were so many fatalities, so much damage, so much loss, physical, emotional, personal, economic. That I suppose I will not go into it, but everybody has gone through it. The Surat gas leak that took place in 2022, I was mentioning about man-made disasters. The Uttarakhand avalanche 2022, more than 20 lives were lost out there. The Assam floods again, it was reported in the New York Times also, the kind of damage and the kind of extent it had. The Mobi Bridge collapse that took place in 2022, this was again a man-made disaster. So if you look at the scenario, what kind of scenario do we have? I wanted to show you these pictures. It is not a very small kind of crisis that comes. The geographical extent is vast. Entire communities are affected. There's a major disruption of the whole system. There's damage to property, infrastructure, environment. And if you just when a disaster takes place, all our administrative structures, all our communication mechanisms, all our transport, Medicare, everything is damaged. Everything is like there is no network available, whether it is communication, whether it is health, whether it is transport, whether it is administration. We all become some kind of island, and we have to take care of ourselves for the next some time till help arrives, till you have the SDRF, NDRF, or other state level agencies or national level agencies come. So you have those 50 to 70 hours where the community, the local police, and whatever resources they have to take care of whatever calamity has taken place. There may be an urgent requirement of food, there may be urgent requirement of medicines, of medical care, of shelters, of security, of safety. And of course, as kind of work that is being done by SDRF and NDRF in saving lives. So there is, if you look at the scenario and if you see the photographs that I had shown you earlier, the kind of, what should I say, it's like a disaster takes place and it disrupts everything. Whatever systems we are used to, they are all disrupted. There is a void. So this is what we are talking about, post-disaster, pre-disaster. So what kind of coordination is required? So at one hand, you have overwhelming needs. You have different priorities. Somebody might be wanting medicine. Some department might be interested in setting up the communication. So they have competing priorities are there. There's a widespread damage to infrastructure and communication. And as time progresses after the disaster, you have humanitarian assistance coming from different organizations. You have local citizens who are coming up with assistance. So it's a kind of a, what should I say, there is no very systematic response is not seen immediately after the disaster. And I just wanted to show you also what kind of complexity there is there post-disaster. How many agencies are working in that particular area? Let's say a earthquake takes place. You have the state government department, you have the various service providers, you have the central government department, you have district administration, you have the whatever public sector or whatever cement plant or power plant or whatever corporate sector is available. You have the armed forces and the CAPF coming in. You have civil societies, NGOs. You have the whole community which is there. And after some time, the international agencies also come. I did a small survey to find out how many departments of the state government gets involved in it. So this is just a sample, and you will see that it's a very complex kind of mechanism which has to coordinate and bring the act together to give relief to the community who is suffering. The complexity of the task can be gauged because we have this state disaster management policy of Rajasthan, and I went through it to just make a quick, just count the number of departments. So if a drought takes place, there are more than 20 ministries or departments which are involved. Earthquakes, 33. Floods, 33. So these are the kind of coordination, and this is the kind of, what should I say, synergy which is expected in case there is a this was what I discussed in now, that in case a disaster takes place, what kind of scenario prevails immediately after a disaster has come. You have the international framework. Ruchika had mentioned about the Sendai framework that is 2015 to 2030. Before this, we had the Yugo framework from 2005 to 2015. And before that, the Yokohama strategy. Now, of course, I will now focus on this, the Sendai framework briefly. So it is like they have given a framework for the next 15 years. The most important thing is that they are talking about responsibility to be shared with the stakeholders. They are talking about the role of the community. They are talking about what all should be done in the preparatory phase. They are talking about strengthening coordination and preparing for a disaster. In line or in tune with the Sendai framework, we have the National Disaster Management Policy. It recognizes the need to minimize ambiguity. It recognizes the need of fixing responsibility, and it recognizes the need of preparedness, which is one of the most important aspects which this project is linked with. So we have these three levels of DM structure in the country. We have the NDMA headed by the Honorable Prime Minister at the center. And similarly, this is replicated in the state level. We have the state level, State Disaster Management Authority. And in the district level, we have the District Disaster Management Authority. The institutional or the legal framework is there. We have the Disaster Management Act 2005, the Disaster Management Policy 2009, and the National Management Plan of 2016. And of course, we have, of course, so many other organizations like the Civil Defense, the Fire Services, Home Guards, youth organizations, and most importantly, I see many of our participants are from there. We have the National Disaster Response Force, which has, I think, done yeoman service across the country. And I think they have not only set an example in India, but they have set an example for the whole world, because it is a unique kind of force which has in all kinds of crises and all kinds of disasters been there, and they have, at the risk of their lives, they have saved thousands of people, and of course brought in order and what should I say, restored order in after the disaster. So what are the elements of DM? Well, of course, everybody of you must have some idea of it. It's mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. So these are the four elements. If you say mitigation, meaning that how to reduce the impacts of a disaster. Preparedness, everybody knows that we have to work hard during the non-disaster phase. What kind of response we have, and how much time it takes to recover and bring the situation back to normal, or the situation back to the point it was before the disaster. The disaster cycle remains the same. Again, this is just to show the different phases of disaster management. You have the hazard that is taking place, the disaster, whether it can be an earthquake or an accident or oil spill or whatever, maybe the type of disaster that is taking place. And before that, you have the preparation, the mitigation, and the prevention and the mitigation aspects of disaster management. There has been, if you look at the last 20-25 years, there has been a paradigm shift in disaster management. If you go back 10 years, or if you go back 15 years, you will find that disaster management only meant that if and when a disaster takes place, there will be a response and relief centric approach. We were only talking about what kind of response should be there, what kind of relief can be given. We were only focusing on the stage where a disaster has taken place. That now there has been a paradigm shift. Now it is, the focus is on pre-disaster stage. Before the disaster takes place, what all has to be done? We have to promote a productive partnership with the stakeholders. There has to be awareness. There has to be adequate resources. There has to be adequate skills. There has to be adequate training. There has to be synergy between the community and the government organizations who have been vested with the responsibility of handling these disasters. So this is something that is one of the most important aspects of this project also. That according to this paradigm shift, the most important phase is pre-disaster phase. It is that phase before a disaster takes place, when you have time and you should focus on how to prepare for a disaster. The national vision, if you look at it, is to build a safer and disaster resilient India. This is, of course, in the NDMP, to build a safer and disaster resilient India by a holistic, proactive, multi-disaster oriented and technologically driven strategy through a culture of prevention, mitigation, preparedness, and response. So the national vision, as has been set by NDMA, also speaks of prevention, mitigation, preparedness. These are the three very crucial phases which are there. The National Policy on Disaster Management also discusses this, how communities have to be brought together, how communities have to be, their skills and their strengths have to be harnessed together and brought in tune with the government's mechanism for coping with disasters. The fact that comes up is, what is the role of police in disaster management? And the police is, after all, one of the 20, 30 or 40 odd departments which is got the responsibility of disaster management. The importance of the police force cannot be taken away, because if you look at it, it's the local police which is the first responder, which gets the first information about any incident, whether it's an accident or it's a man-made disaster. And one of the first responders to arrive at the scene where the disaster has taken. They have, as compared to other organizations, a fairly well-developed communication system, both formal and informal. They have a fairly good network with the community. They have been dealing with the community day in and day out. They know to some informally the strengths which are there, the skill set which is available, and how the resources can be utilized. And people also has high expectations of the police. So till now we were having, and whenever a disaster used to take place, informally the police and the disaster, let's say NDRF or SDRF, they were center stage. but they had not been given that formal kind of categorization. The project that we have, this community involvement in disaster management, the mission, or you should say the main objective of it is how to involve community fully in disaster risk mitigation and disaster management. That remains our centerpiece. So the what should I say? How do we go ahead with it? First and foremost, recognizing. We have to recognize, we have to understand that it is the community which is most affected. They are the main sufferers, and they also are the most important stakeholder in any disaster management program or any disaster management policy. We have to somehow strengthen the community involvement in all our efforts for prevention, mitigation, or preparedness for disaster. And we have to continuously reinforce this bond, this linkage that we have between the authorities and the community. Again, I'm at the risk of repeating myself. Rather than focusing on emergency response, we have to focus on preparedness. How to prepare for a eventuality or a disaster that takes place. We have to build up people's capacity. If you look at it, in India, we have society or communities have a coping mechanism. They do cope with crises. They do cope with natural or man-made disasters. They do have the skill sets. All that is required is how to bring it, how to shape it properly, how to train them properly, how to give them the confidence, and how to equip them with adequate resources. Because if we have a very aware, a very equipped and a trained community, then of course the impact of the disaster can be limited. The impact of the disaster, lives can be saved, property can be saved, and the impact can be lessened to a large extent. This is the overall, I would say, if you look at it, the core of this project is that we have to somehow bring in and strengthen community involvement. Once again, the other aspect of the project is that we have an existing hierarchical structure for managing disasters. As per the DM Act 2005, Section 25, we have the DDMA, which is the District Disaster Management Authority. All the project envisages that all what should I say, programs of community involvement has to be done under the leadership of DDMA. DDMA has to be given primacy. It has to be strengthened. It is not that this project is this project aims at taking initiatives under the overarching and umbrella authority of the DDMA. And DDMA plays a pivotal role. If you look at the DM Act in detail, you will find that everything is listed out there. How they have to prepare plans, how they have to do a resource mapping, how do they have to do a vulnerability mapping. But we have to see that how many of us are doing that. Whether we are following it on paper or whether we are doing it in the full spirit. So there are certain challenges in the structure which is there. In some states, the DDMA is very active, and those are the states which have a very high frequency of similar kind of disasters are taking place. If you look at some states like Odisha, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, where there is always a danger of cyclones, or there is a danger of what should we say, strong winds and high waves. So there, if you see, the DDMA is much more robust, much more active as compared to other states. I can give an example of Rajasthan, where normally we are not so much focused on the preparatory stage. So it is not achieving the mandate that is in some states. It is in some of the states. It is not achieving the mandate of preparing ourselves, preparing our communities, gearing up our infrastructure, gearing up our government machinery for handling any kind of eventuality. If again, some states, the DDMA is not meeting regularly, There is not much preparatory work going on. There is no institutionalized and tested mechanism for community participation. Community participation normally depends upon initiatives taken by individual officers or some program being run by different departments. There is no cohesive, what should I say, institutionalized system of preparing our communities, of equipping our communities, of training our communities for eventualities. These are one of the main challenges which are there. So the strategy that this project envisages or lays down is that out of those four cycles of what should I say, hazard taking place, a response, then you have the mitigation, preparation. Out of these four parts of a disaster cycle, we have to focus on the preparatory stage. So that is the most important stage where a lot of coordination, a lot of work can be done. And in this stage, for preparation, because police remains the first responder, police remains the who have to, within those, when a disaster takes place, in that whatever time is available before help arrives, in saving lives, in saving property, in maintaining order, the police and the, if there is a CAPF posted out there, they play a very major role. So that role needs to be institutionalized and that role needs to be strengthened. So one of the strategy is that within the DDMA, that is the District Disaster Management Authority, we create a small working group. And this working group, I will just later on show you how this working group will work to bring in more community involvement. This we have already talked about how to the strategy. Once we have a working group, once we manage to bring in the community, then the issue is that how to increase the awareness, how to harness the resources and skills that they already have. So the action plan that we propose is, of course, constitute a we constitute a working group within the DDMA, and the collector and the SP will be chairperson and co-chairperson. It will not be a very big group. It should be a small working group, which we have one or two or a few community participants. Those participants who have had prior experience, who have worked with the government machinery before, who have the enthusiasm and who have this, what should I say, this commitment to serve the community. And we can establish a small, not a secretariat. Secretariat is a big word, but some secretarial assistance should be available from the available resources. No new person need to be recruited for it. And the role of the working group would be what should I say, hazards, what all disasters, what all crises can take place. The vulnerability mapping of that district. There are some states in which micro planning has also been done, and up to the panchayat level vulnerability mapping has been done. And there are other states where it has not been. So it is not that you have to start, you have to like reinvent the wheel. Where it has been done, that information should just have to be documented and collected. Where it has not been done, this working group is responsible for that. If there are new, what should I say, chemical factory that has come up out there, power plant that has come up out there, the major highway is going through there. Is that route being used for a pipeline is going through, where hazardous gases or liquids are being pumped? Is there a big major dam out there? What all are the places where disasters, man-made disasters can take place? Thankfully, because of the major, what should I say, advances that have been made in science, to a large extent, except for earthquakes, natural disasters, we do get advance warning, especially when it comes from cyclones, and as a result, a lot of preparation can be done. But hazard identification and vulnerability mapping are very important, and these should not be done at the last moment. This should be a routine that takes place. As and when a new, what should I say, installation comes up in that district, a hazard mapping should be done. Is the community aware about the dangers which can be there? Is the community or the people or the neighborhood of a major industrial complex aware that what kind of chemicals are being used out there? And in case there is a spill or a leakage, what all has to be done? What is the first step that they should take in case there is a alarm for a oil spill or a chemical leakage or a gas leakage? What kind of resources we have within the community? and what kind of volunteers are present now. So this will be the role of WG. Again, I would like to emphasize, we are talking about the preparatory stage. We are not talking about a disaster stage. This is the stage where normally we are so preoccupied with other work that we have, because I am very sure all of us are like neck deep in whatever challenges we are facing in a day-to-day working life, or even personal life for that matter. But this is the time that is again the emphasis is on the preparatory stage. What all we can do in that stage. Once again, when I talk about resources or building an inventory, so like we may require earth moving equipment, we may require tools, we may require shelters, we may require medicines, we may require some place for shifting a part of the population, some shelters we may require. So it's a question of identification, how many cranes we have in that area, how many earth moving equipment we have in that area, how many, let's say, schools which are far away can be used as shelters. So this is a kind of mapping and what should I say, documentation that needs to be done in order to, so that as and when, if and what should I say, if disaster does take place, we are prepared. We know what our next steps should be. Normally what happens in some places is that once a disaster takes place, then you start what should I say, thinking about, okay, that is the person out there, he's the contractor, we can call those cranes out there, this is the driver, these are the electricians which are available. So you know, this all has to be documented, this all has to be put in a in a proper manner, and that person with whom we are expect, who has those skills or those resources, should also know what he has to do. Mapping is not the only thing. He should also know that in case a disaster takes place, I should be available at this location with this kind of resource. The volunteer, there are many volunteers in India. Thankfully, if you look during all our careers, I think we have gone through, what should I say, government service. We come across so many crises. Whether you are working in the police department or revenue department or SDRF or NDRF or so many departments, we find that the community at large wants to come forward and help. The issue is that are we able to harness that, what should I say, their skills and their resources in a proper manner? We have to give them the opportunity, we have to train them, we have to give them the necessary equipment, necessary confidence, necessary training, so that they also feel part of the whole, what should I say, the team. So again, we come DDMA, that working group will look into what kind of volunteers, what kind of people have a prior experiences in handling particular kinds of eventualities, particular kind of disasters, particular kind of man-made disasters, natural disasters. Who we can identify trainers. There are so many people who are retired and who want to give their services. And then, of course, there should be some mock drills also which should be done. Now, how are we going to enhance this community participation? We have to make them aware. Look, this is the disasters that can take place. And when a disaster takes place, you are the first person who is affected by it, and you are also the first responder. So we have to give them an opportunity. We have to make, like, you know, increase the awareness levels. Let us say people who are staying near a big, let's say, industrial complex, which is handling toxic gases. Do they know that these are the kind of toxic gases which are being handled? Do they know that in case of a leakage, what they have to do? Do they know that this is the mechanism for giving them assistance or help in case of eventuality? So unless we increase the awareness, unless we give them an opportunity to the community members to contribute, there will not be any partnership. Here we want, at one hand, the government organizations who are handling disaster management want cooperation from the people. On the other hand, the people want to contribute, but there is no platform available where they can synergize their efforts. So this is what is the main, what should I say, the concept of this BPRND micro mission to community involvement in disaster management. That preparatory phase where we can, it's not a very big task also. It appears very big when we talk about it, but once we get doing it, it is a question of, I'm very sure we've seen it also in our own working life, how people want to come forward, how people want to help. If you approach 10 people, 4 or 5 people are ready to help. And they leave everything and they come and help. You see, well, in Rajasthan also, there's a major accident. Before help arrives, official help, ambulance arrives, the injured people have already been shifted to the hospital, some private hospitals, some government hospitals. You find people giving food to them. You find people, even in the pandemic that took place in COVID, a lot of people came forward. So we have this, this is a question of, what should I say, how to mix and match. So if we give them the opportunity, there will be a partnership between the agencies who are responsible for handling it and the partnership of the community who is affected and are also the first responders. And once we kind of raise the awareness levels, once we handhold them, once we kind of have a partnership, they will feel an ownership. The ownership is that, okay, this is our area. If anything happens out here, this is all we have to do. This is, if we follow this drill, or if we do this seriously, then a lot of lives will be saved, a lot of property will be saved, and the impact of the disaster would be less. Now, you cannot just depend upon the community and tell them, okay, this has to be done. Adequate training has to be given to them. Equipment has to be provided or made available. And there has to be a monitoring and a hand-holding exercise. You cannot just give a diktat to your subordinates and say, ye karke aao. It has to be a very, what should I say, systematic, planned manner in which this has to be. And that can only be done, again, during the preparatory stage. If a disaster takes place, you have no time after that. During the preparatory phase, all these things about awareness, opportunity, partnership, empowerment, ownership, training, monitoring, everything can be done. And it can be done, and it can be worked away. A mock exercise can be done. You can see what kind of, what should I say, response is there. And if you find that the response is not good, then you can fine tune it further. You can train further. You can encourage them. This is the, what should I say, one of the most important aspect of this project of enhancing community participation. And also, this is nothing that the police is doing single-handed. The police, because they are the first responders, or the NDRF or the SDRF, because they are the first responders. This is all being done under the overarching and the available administrative infrastructure which is there already present, whether it's the legal, that's the DM Act 2005, or the DDMA, which is already present out there, and it is their charter to do this. So this is being done within the ambit of the DDMA. That is also very important. We are not going away from the ambit of DDMA, but we are making it. We are making a small group out of it who is vested with this responsibility. This we have already discussed just now. So again, now we come to what kind of volunteer teams do you have? Like suppose you take a district or you take a project, and what kind of teams you have? You have the core team, you have the search and rescue team, you have the first aid teams, security, law and order teams, cordon off teams, traffic regulation teams, communication teams. One thing I would like to highlight is that these teams appear, they are already there. And informally, if you go out there, there are a lot of people who are already doing it. All of us have been caught in big traffic jams which are taking place, Sometimes they are going in a highway, there's a traffic jam, and suddenly you look around and you see there's no traffic policeman because it takes time for them to come. But you find that there are 1 or 2 community members who stand out in the middle of the traffic jam, and they help people around, and they kind of bring order out of chaos. You have these people who assist the police or the NDRF or the SDRF in search and rescue. In fact, in small districts or small places where you do not have divers, you have these local people who help you out, and they dive and they try to save people or recover dead bodies. You have Police Mitra scheme, you have the COP scheme, you have the community liaison groups, Friends of Police. So you have a lot of people who are already helping us in night rush. They are helping us. They are helping us in what should I say, search operations. So it is not that this is something absolutely new. No, this is taking place in an informal manner. We want to give it an institutional structure because we are trying to prepare ourselves for eventuality that will disrupt the system that we have, the routine of life that we are used to, and bring huge levels of disorder and chaos. Suppose a major earthquake takes place, suppose a major what should I say, dam burst takes place, or let's say a flood takes place. Before formal help arrives, those 60, 70 hours or 25, 30 hours, that is the time when a lot of this preparation that we have done can come to us. So this core team that we are talking about, of course, as I told you earlier, there is no one solution for the whole of the country. This is just a template. It is just, what should I say, the local culture, the local administrative practices, the local community, you can decide accordingly what has to be done. This is just a template. This is just a kind of a skeleton that we are giving in this project, so that with the help of this, you can put in a better structure. You can make it into a very complete kind of response. This should have not more than 25, 30 members and dedicated people. This core group is dedicated people who have a proven track record, people who have gone out of the way to help the police, the administration. They have always been available 24/7. There are certain doctors who are always available. In the middle of the night also there is a problem and you just telephone that doctor and he's not getting any remuneration, he's not getting anything. Out of his commitment to public service, he will always be present out. So we have to take those kind of dedicated people who can give time also and who can put in the effort also during the preparedness stage. You have to then enlist volunteers. Of course, in the project report, if you go on, we have given details about what kind of volunteers are required, what should be their age profile. If somebody is going for a cordoning of thing or somebody is going near the disaster site, then they have to be young, they have to be more agile. So accordingly, we have given those templates and those advisories in the report. And how to sensitize the community. The core team is very important. This is like a functional arm of the working group. Then we have the search and rescue. This is, of course, the police and you look into it, how quickly, because what happens is after disaster takes place, many lives can be saved if we have a proper search and rescue teams at the site. Who can go, many people can be shifted to hospitals, many people can be saved from drowning or from, getting buried under a rubble or something. So this search and rescue, of course, because it takes time, because even if we have the SDRF, like in our state, which is one of the biggest state, Rajasthan, we have SDRF units in all divisional headquarters. But then if you go to a remote district, it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, NDRF also takes time to respond. So the local police, the local people, they can manage to rescue a lot of people. What kind of resources are required? Of course, that is also listed in the thing. The first aid teams, you have people who are retired as nurses, as Medicare workers, you have doctors out there, you have people in NCC, NSS who have got initial training of, dealing with a person who's under a trauma or a stress. So if we can identify them, if we can upgrade the training, or if we can kind of bring them cohesively into a group, then these people are there to help us in that time when a disaster takes place. Security and law and order, again, unfortunately, when a disaster takes place, it also gives opportunities to many people to take advantage of it. Invariably, it is followed by some kind of a, robberies and looting, and people just try to run away with things, whatever is available. So you can have, and of course, the police force at that point of time, because the disaster has taken place, there's no communication links. It's a very small force, a police station level, which is available out there. So they can take help of these volunteers who have been trained before, who have been listed before, who have been, there's already a partnership with them. And they know that in case of disaster takes place, where they have to be present to help them. And this is happening in an informal way and a formal way in many states. Friends of Police is a very good initiative. Community liaison groups are there. Suraksha Sakhi is there in Rajasthan. I can speak more about Rajasthan than other states. But this is in many ways happening. And this has to be formalized and institutionalized for a specific purpose, that is disaster management. Cordon of teams are required to prevent people from going. Suppose there's a spill going, suppose there's a gas leak. To prevent people from going, from removing people from huge sections of population have to be removed. Traffic regulation teams also. Communication teams become very important. Communication teams become very important from the point of view of that who all can be part of it. All the service providers are there. All the internet service providers, media, all these people. Some of them can be incorporated in the communication team. We have to look for if a major disaster takes place, then one can be sure of the fact that the communication channels will all be disturbed or all be, what should I say, not be very effective for some time at least. So the police wireless system. In case we get an advance warning, then how to disseminate that advance warning so that it reaches the most remotely placed person who will suffer in case the disaster takes. So this communication, whether it's a WhatsApp group or whether it is physically going out there or making an announcement or using informal mechanism to the proper information, reliable information, controlled information. Because this is the time when there are a lot of rumors also taking place. This is the time when there are a lot of, what should I say, exaggerations taking place. This is the time when people are, not sure as to whether the information is right or wrong. So that is one of the most important aspects of communication. When once a disaster has taken place, information about somebody in distress can be conveyed to the authorities. Look, we have got information. This is the area. This is the person who is under distress, and nobody has reached him till now. So communication team also becomes very important. Control room, of course, as soon as a big disaster or something takes place, there is a emergency operations center which comes into existence, formally, informally, either in the collector's office or the FP office or in some building, and where they are continuously monitoring relief operations. So these control room teams are there, volunteers who can tie up with other volunteers working in the field and give like some kind of a, what should I say, linkage with the non-government organizations, people, individuals who are working for disaster management. How to implement it? In the project report, we had given a recommendation which had been approved by BPRNT that as a pilot project for community involvement, we can take 6 states and we can do it in 12, what should I say, districts, some kind of a project to set up a working group within the DDMA and what should I say, take various steps which we have outlined or which the district at that point of time feels proper to increase the involvement of the people. We had also asked the central and state government for the budget. This is just a, what should I say, it's not a specific amount. It is just at that point of time we thought, okay, 25 lakhs for a beginner will be, but that is something that can be decided by the whoever is the people who are authorized to do so. The first, so if we go for implementation, the W working group has to be set up and the vulnerability mapping of the district has to be done. That is the first step. In case it has not already been done. If it has been done, so that information should be collected, collated, documented, and in case additional information is required, that should also be added to it. What are the hazards of disasters? What are the awareness level? How are the community? Are they sensitized enough? Have they been made aware of the consequences? What kind of early warning systems do you have? Are these early warning systems robust enough? Are they reliable enough? Have they? We get an early warning, but are we able to communicate it to the people who are likely to suffer or people who are likely to bear the assault of a disaster, I would say? What kind of health systems are in place? This kind of, what should I say, mapping has to be done. Resource mapping, vulnerability mapping has to be done. And remember, it is not something we are talking like in the initial part of my presentation. I had already said that if you look at the disaster risk index, we are second in the world out of 193 countries after Philippines, which means that we are very highly vulnerable to disasters. We are highly vulnerable to, what should I say, man-made or disasters which involve damage to life and property. You will be surprised.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir,
yeah.
Can we close in next 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, you want to, I didn't get you, I'm sorry.
Sir, can we close in the next 2-3 minutes because there's a time for questions?
I will do that.
Thank you. Wonderful, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So that is what has to be done. Last year, about 2.5 million people had to be shifted because of floods and other disasters in India. So this is the kind of, what should I say, we are talking of the manner in which disasters affect. Again, we have As we have to update the community contingency plans, the inventory and documentation of the local capacity. You'll be surprised in Kerala when the floods took place. It is the boat people, the boatmen out there. They could go to places where NDRF and SDRF, what should I say, boats couldn't go because they were either too shallow or they were too narrow. So there is a skill set which is available. It is a question of utilizing that skill set, training that skill set. So we have to decide about the volunteers that have to be recruited. They have to be trained. The nature of work has to be earmarked. Who will give the training? That is also important. Resource person, master trainers. The training need analysis has to be done. We have to pick and choose volunteers, as I had mentioned earlier. Specific responsibilities have to be done. Mock drills have to be done for this. People have to be made aware that in case a eventuality takes place, you have to be pre-positioned. As soon as you hear about it, you have to reach this place. Because it's quite possible at that point of time, the communication might break down. So in all these, what should I say, whatever proposals we have given, or whatever recommendations we have made, or whatever this whole project report, the primacy of the DDMA and the SDMA remains. All the work that has to be done for community involvement has to be done under the overall leadership of the DDMA and the SDMA. Because if we have a strong, if we have a robust, if we have an effective district disaster management authority with a very, what should I say, effective working group, and we have done a bit during the preparatory phase, then I'm very sure that during the disaster management, a lot of lives can be saved, a lot of public. Mock drills is very important. We have mock drills in all the major, let's say we have for hijacking, or we have for, let's say, accidents. But it should be done, mostly it is done on a institutional basis. It has to be done on a community basis. What will the community do? The mock drills that we are having just now, we are talking about what will the government agencies do. In these mock drills, we are talking about what will the community do? What are the volunteers supposed to do? Are they doing it properly or not? We can show them films of previous hazards that have taken place. We can show them, what should I say, what kind of response was there when earlier disasters had taken place. And of course, mock drills have to be followed by feedback and, feedback and, what should I say, fine tuning, so that each time we do a mock drill, we are better off. This we have already discussed. So this it's not a one-time project. It's a continuous project. There has to be a hand-holding. There has to be some work done. Then we go and decide, evaluate what kind of work has been done, what kind of community participation is done. We then try to fine-tune it. We become better and better. And as the community starts feeling empowered, as they see for themselves how they have managed to save so many lives, they will definitely be more charged, and they definitely come forward. More of them will come. So these are the participation benefits. Of course, it is cost effective. It will be definitely, we are using public resources. Decisions can be taken quickly because the community is involved. You know what kind of response is required for a particular kind of thing, because you have the skills already available out. Again, we have talked about capacity building, which becomes very important. And in that project report that I was referring to, which we have submitted, and I think BPRL has already sent it to MHA. There are a lot of annexures in that report. I would suggest and request all those participants who are, what should I say, want to go into details of this project, that this report is available, and there are a lot of annexures, and of course you can see different kind of vulnerability profile of hazard mapping, what kind of templates are there. And once again, I would like to say this is not a single solution for all the problems that we are facing. This is just a template. It is a kind of a skeleton that we have made. And of course, depending upon the local culture, depending upon the local community, depending upon the local environment, depending upon the local hazards that can come up, depending upon the administrative culture which is there, this skeleton can be made into a very robust kind of, what should I say, body for involving the public, for synergy between the public and the community and the government agencies and the non-government actors, and preparing ourselves for any event. This is happening at home also. Whereas there's a small family, we in a way informally prepare for any contingency that comes up. So this is like preparing the community. A major eventuality is there of a cyclone, of an earthquake, of an accident, of a gas leak. So in case that takes place, individually we cannot handle it, but with a combined effort, I'm very sure we can lessen the impact to a large degree. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Sir, with your due permission, sir, can we request for a few questions from the participants, sir?
Yeah. In fact, if they raise questions, that will be good also. If there's we can include it in, our document also later on. And if there's one more thing, if somebody else can answer those, they can also very free to answer those.
So, any participant want to see clarify anything or seek any question? Before questions, I like to inform two things. That the report, Community Involvement in Disaster Management, is already shared with the states and UTs, and its PDF copy is available on BPRND website. If you go to BPRND website, bprnd.nic.in, under NPM drop-down menu, you will find the reports where the report is available. So if anybody any participant want to see that report, the report is available there. And second is that our student police cadet program, in that program curriculum also, this is a chapter on disaster management. So we are training the students in disaster response. They got some basic idea. So in future, once they grow up as a citizen, so you will get a large pool base to get the volunteers to your fold. With this, I'll request participants to please raise your questions or clarifications. Go down, karo. Ma'am, you want to say something? Please.
So no questions from anyone?
Sir, may I get your PPT? Sir, excuse me, I am from Manpuri, Uttar Pradesh. May I get your PPTs to understand well and make a report to district instead?
Yeah, we will share we'll request the PPT from Agrawal sir, and we'll share with all the participants. Rest assured, we'll share the PPT with all the participants.
Right, thank you. So would you like to email to us people?
It will be done. Rest assured, it will be provided to you.
Thank you.
Once
Thank you very much.
Once we get the copy, right? It'll be done, right?
Thank you very much.
Anybody else has any queries?
One small questions, ma'am, from our side.
Yes, please. Please identify yourself.
Myself, Zafirul Islam, Deputy Commandant, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, India.
Yes, please.
My question is on risk analysis. As we know, vulnerability can be natural or man-made. It can be physical owing to factors such as big building, habitation in hazard-prone area, or socio-economic arising due to poverty, and marginalization of the weaker section of society who lack the bare vital of defending themselves in the event of disaster. Already too much examples of disaster like Chennai flood, Hyderabad urban flood, etc., etc. Very big population already settled in river or lake in catchment area. That is proving as a big obstacle in the way of people. So, I want to know from sir that building code or special rule or norms of building construction should be implied strictly. Please, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Can I answer?
Yes, sure, sir.
Actually, look, there are a lot of issues which are there across our country. There are a lot of issues. There are some places where regulations are being followed. There are some places where there may be some tweaking of regulations. There may be some such kind of conditions which are existing. Communities which have been staying since long out there in that area that you're referring to, catchment area, which is much prone to flooding, and who have traditionally been staying out there, and they do not want to shift from there. These are, what should I say, problems that have to be taken up at the government level or at the local administration level, and long-term kind of problems. Definitely, if that is followed, then that would be the best, and that would be best for prevention, mitigation, and preparedness for disaster. But we also have to look at it that whatever is the existing scenario, we have to work with that. We have to take into mind that these are the vulnerable people. Till there is a solution, they will remain there. And if they remain out there, how vulnerable are they, and how we can help them, or how we can equip them, how we can train them so that they can safeguard themselves and their community. So it's a, what should I say, a two-pronged approach. One approach is that in the very, very long term, can they be shifted to a place which is less prone to floods or something like that? The other, let's say, not so short term but medium term approaches, till that final solution is, because of course this solution is not also very easy solution. There are so many cases where rehabilitation, shifting, like it's like, you know, somebody tells me tomorrow that please go away from this house and go and start living somewhere else. So there are so many major problems with that. But at the short term, we have to look at it that if they stay there, how we can involve them in reducing the risk of a disaster. So we have to keep on engaging with them, engaging with them, empowering them, equipping them, training them, and trying to reduce the risk of a disaster as and when it is.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I have a little query, sir. I have little question, sir. Hello, sir. I am Sanjay from Mainpuri district, Mainpuri, Uttar Pradesh. A little question to you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, as you are aware, police is the very first responder at any circumstances or any disaster or any other field. Is there any training program or drill exercise, something like that, has prepared to train them police persons as a first responder from BPRD itself?
Sanjay ji, there are a lot of programs which are there, and a lot of, what should I say, this whole project of community involvement or training is the vision of BPRD itself.
Right, sir. I got it. I think there are very few people has been trained for disaster management. Yes. Even people don't know, or police person don't know how to behave like as a first responder. What should do? What should be?
I'm coming to that.
They have to do.
I'm coming to that.
Action plan is there.
India is probably one of the only countries which has a specialized force for dealing with disaster management. You have the NDRF. NDRF has done human service in the country, and it is also won a lot of laurels for the country outside when there have been emergencies. Recently also their team was sent to Turkey. So it is not that there is already an effort, and there is already a, what should I say, a system in place where we have SDRF, like the State Disaster Response Forces. You have in UP, you have in Rajasthan. So in Rajasthan, what we are doing is that you have to work in SDRF for 6-7 years. After that, you are sent to an RSC battalion or a district police. Then we have also, there is a system of training, of imparting training for disaster management during the compulsory basic course of the constabulary. So this is where we have to catch them. When they are recruited and they have come into the training institutions and they are going to be there for a year, at that time their specialized training can be given to them. So I'm very sure BPRD is doing a lot in that.
Right, sir, I understand, but in the district police, it has been seen that there is no training program as such. SDRF and NDRF reaching after police reaching.
So I suppose BPRD, Kaushal ji, would you like to say something?
Sir.
Ruchika ji?
Sir, sorry, we just had a sudden power outage and we missed out the main question actually.
No problem. The issue is that what Sanjay ji was saying he's from UP, and what he was saying was that the district police knowledge or the training or the equipment for disaster management is not sufficient, and they maybe are not trained to react in a given situation. Sanjay ji, am I right?
Sir. As a first responder, there must be a training program.
So there are
prescribed from BPRD necessary.
I suppose there are already very good training programs available, but probably those training programs are not able to encompass all the police personnel who are working in the field. And I think with matter of time, I think, and with more what should I say, resources, a lot more police personnel will come under the ambit of this training program.
I will add on to. I
Yes,
will add on to.
yes.
what has
Yes,
said.
ma'am. Yes.
Yes, of course, we cannot compare the level of preparedness of the police force in the state with that of any specialized agency like the NDRF, to name just one. However, in every state, Sir has also listed out a number of agencies that are permanently set up to take care of the preparedness aspect. The question is, how active are these particular bodies? Now, like in the presentation, Sir has given an example that if you have a DDMA, you take the initiative of making a working group out of that, so that the particular issues that the police force itself is facing can be taken up in a specialized manner. That, I think, would be one way out of it. I think Mr. Kaushal would also like to add a little bit.
Sir, in addition to what ma'am has said, regarding training, if I'm not wrong, we got NDRF officers on the panel. NDRF keep on organizing very exhaustive training to different agencies, even police, across the country, because they already have got system of mapping the area. So they'll be in the better position to guide on this. And in addition to it, we are already working on a project. There's what is the basic minimum equipment should be available in the districts, and that project is also in a very final shape, and we'll share, I think, within the next 2-3 months. So that is all from my side. If any NDRF officer who is participating may like to add something on the training aspect.
Sir. Actually, sir, my battalion is located in Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada, sir, and we are organizing 3 batch of Andhra State Police or SDRF. Not only Andhra Pradesh, nearby state like Telangana State Police, Telangana DRF, also newly raised battalion. Also, recently we imparted the rescue training, sir.
I think that answers the question. I hope that's all right. So if there are any more questions, can we move on? I'll take that there are no more questions right now. And before I hand over to Kaushalji, I will just quickly like to say from my own side personally that this was a really interesting presentation. And in fact, it's so good to see a different approach to trying to manage the problem of disaster pre-response, response, and mitigation thereafter. Because this is one area in which normally we don't think. Whenever there is a disaster, we rush to respond. But the pre-response phase in which we can pull in the community is something unique to what has been presented today. I believe that there are a lot of very good takeaways from this presentation, and the beauty of it is that it is implementable because of the details in which it has been explained by Sir. Sir, a big thank you from my side personally, and now I'll just give the mic back to Kaushalji.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, today is my privilege and indeed an honor to present the vote of thanks on this occasion. Firstly, I would like to thank Sri Sanjay Agarwal sir for taking out time from his very busy schedule and addressing the webinar through a very exhaustive and very informative presentation. Sir, hats off and big round of applause from my side and from participant side also. In fact, it was very informative. So then I'd like to thank IG NPM Sri Tajinder Singh Luthra sir in absence here because he couldn't manage to come here to attend some other meeting for guiding us throughout the process for organizing this webinar. And I'd like to thank Madam Ruchika Rishi for taking out time to preside over the function and addressing the participant. I'm thankful to all the state police authorities for nominating a huge number of participants. We had received approximately 275 nominations. around 131 participants, they are linked to the webinar, and a large number of participants, they are linked to the YouTube channel also. And the complete recorded proceedings will be available in the YouTube channel. We share the link to the participants so that if they want to see in the future, they can see the complete webinar on that YouTube link. I'll fail in my duty if I don't thank the NPM staff who had worked a lot in last 10-15 days to organize this webinar. Once again, thank you, sir. Thank to all participants, ma'am, and all the NPM team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kaushalji and Nitika ji. Thank you very much. I've also shared my email actually on this webinar. So all any participant who wants to give a suggestion or who wants to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure. Pleasure.
We are closing the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting topic.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar.
Good for us.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
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 Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nagar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. बहुत interesting.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, sir. Namaste.
Okay, sir. A lot of thanks, sir. Sir. Okay. Can I left?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can I left?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
अगर फोटो से बोला सर।
खत्म हो गया मेरी तो इतने वेबिनार वेबिनार चल रहे थे हो गया खत्म अब तो कुछ नहीं पता नहीं रहा फिर आगे बैठा हुआ सारे डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए लीव हो गए सारे पार्टिसिपेंट
सब मगले कर दो बात
I will